Alright, I think it's working now. I don't know what the hell that was. Computers are much fun. It was almost nighttime in the game before, so it's backwards. It goes down in the east in this here world. Now, just to make sure it's all working, because I thought it was before and it wasn't. Because why would it be? Why ever would it do such a thing as to work? Who does that? Right. Good morning, Mr. Fun. Yeah, we kind of started a little bit ago, but I had to restart because, you know, why not? Why not? Can't work the first time. Even when it does work, I never know for sure. We are down near Vada this morning, I think. Retired last night when I was playing. Kept on like kind of half falling asleep, which is not a good thing in this game. You gotta be kind of watching. Even if not for other players. Which, you know, you're always watching for those, but even just like bears and wolves and shit in the woods will fuck you up if you sit there and don't deal with them. Anyway, we are prancing about. Let's try to get some extra food for my horses. Although, if we make it to Vada, buy some more dial. Don't know exactly where we are, so we are trying to find out. I might actually be east of Vada. I'm heading east. I think I'm west of it, but I might have also passed it. You're going too far. Gone too far. What are you up to this fine morning? Chillin'. I feel that. Feeling like a villain. Well, if we did end up going too far east of Vada, we may instead be going to Mokai. Probably gonna stream some SnowRunner, nice. Is that's like Mud Runner, but in the snow, I assume, right? If I recall correctly. I have Mud Runner, that's a pretty fun game. Thought about picking up SnowRunner. Wonder if I have a key for it. I'll have to check sometime, see if I got a key for old SnowRunner. Might have a Humble Bundle key for it or something. Nice. Kind of makes sense. I assume it's a sequel or like just their next version. Probably tweaked a bunch of things, improved some stuff. Oh, runner. Mud and snow. I'm playing Woods Runner right now. Running through the woods. Running through the woods now, running. Stream's acting a bit goofy this morning. Hopefully the stream looks alright. My internet. I don't even know what I'm gonna do with myself. I don't even like. It's not like this huge, massive like. I don't need like a whole entire ass brand new gaming PC and brand new streaming PC or anything. Like, you know, I've been trying to kind of brainstorm like won't really be worth it anytime soon to bother too much with any of my setup, because as long as I'm limited by literally the only option for internet I have where I live right now, 720 60 is the best I get anyway. I think that's the best I can do. But you know, I was kind of looking through, and if I can get an external drive enclosure, and even a relatively inexpensive like NVIDIA card, like I don't know if the NVENC encoder works, like the new NVENC encoder works on like the 10 series. You know, I mean, honestly, even if I just found like a cheap ass like 1050 Ti or something, you know, like I don't know, I'll have to do some research. But I got a little enclosure. Yep, I had Starlink. I tried it. It's worse than the internet that I have here. I thought the same. I thought it would be better than what I've got, but it was so inconsistent. My ping would range anywhere from like you know, I get like 10 milliseconds to my ISP, usually like 30 to 50 to any game service that I play. I was getting like 80 to 90 up to like 300 ping, and if it was even consistent, which would still suck, that would be better than it would just jump. Like every once in a while it'd go up as high as like 500, and then it would jump back down to the like 100, and it would just fluctuate anywhere in that range for like, you know, just constantly, like hours on end. It just kind of went through a cycle, and the speeds were also sometimes better, but we get like 25 here. That's about what I got from Starlink. The upload was a little better. It ranged from like 5 to 10, whereas this is only 4. So that one singular aspect would be better, except it's not consistent. So I'd have to still set the bitrate really low. I'd have to set it to like what I get on the low end when it fluctuates, so that I could at least rely on consistency. And it was like $120 a month. And while the internet we have is not cheap for the garbage speeds we get, it's about 50% less. It's only like 70 or 80 or so per month, this internet, rather than 110 or 120 for Starlink. I was excited. I was hopeful. And then I was unfortunately very let down. It's better in other places. Or it can be, I should say. But it was not good where we live. And I spent a lot of time fiddling with it, working with tech support, and they never were able to get it to function the way that it should. But it won't be terribly far in the future where I can get pretty good internet, at least cable, if not fiber. And once I have that, then I'll be getting either an enclosure, like a hard drive enclosure, or external CPU enclosure to use with this little PC that I have, or I'll just get like a small card to put in my own machine, and then maybe try to upgrade my processor as well. I can upgrade my processor, because right now I have a 6-core at hyperthread, so I get 12 threads. Not horrible. But if I could manage like a 16-core, even a 12-core, or I'm thinking I'm thinking backward in my head. I'm thinking I've got a 12 right now in terms of threads. If I could get like an 8 or a 10 core, which would give me 16 or 20 threads, then I could put like 6 of them toward, you know, the streaming, because it doesn't take a whole lot. The NVENC encoder takes a massive amount of work, like load off the processor. You know, so I don't know. The worst part is I'm so close. I'm not that far away, not that long from having better internet, and I'm not an outrageous amount of money from having a significantly better streaming setup. If I could stream the native 1440 that I play at 60 frames, that would be fantastic. That would be nice. Yeah, I totally missed Vada. It's buried in the woods back there. We're just roaming in the plains now. Been there a few times. Whoa, take it easy, Nightbot. You're not supposed to go so crazy. I'm gonna have to tweak some shit apparently, because Nightbot's going nuts. Chill out, Nightbot. It's just a constant game of tweaking. Settings, that is, you know. I mean, maybe if I tweaked as well, who knows, maybe the stream would be more entertaining. I don't know that I would like that though. I'm fortunate in the regard that I've fortunately never been one to have a proclivity for like addiction. The things I've done that are notoriously addictive in the past, I was just like, ugh, I don't like this. This ain't for me. I probably wouldn't like tweaking. Now twerking, on the other hand, I can get down with some twerking. That is not accurate. That is not true. I think I'd probably twerk about as well as that She-Hulk did on that one episode. A disgusting hot mess. Alright. Got a little food for the horses. Right, twerk? I need to set up some fun little commands and chat games for the various bots I run in chat. Nightbots, Streamlabs. I think those are the two right now. I had one. I was using Restream when I ran OBS, but Streamlabs has multi-stream built right into it, so I don't have to have a bot for it. They run their own ingest server. So it ingests to the Restream, then gets sent out to the various platforms, and does a pretty good job. It doesn't impose hardly any additional frame delay, even though it's technically running through a middleman, a middle stream. Stream man. Ooh, let's get some wolf brush while we're here. 1 second. Oh, take a drink of my soda. Apparently, another soda in the package spilled or something because it was all sticky. Hate that shit. It's like a, oh, it drove me nuts as a kid. Anytime my hands would be sticky, God, it was like, did to my brain with the equivalent of listening to like extremely loud music. That's not, I shouldn't say music. Listening to extremely loud like noises just played on repeat, and it just like, you can't focus on anything else. Like, oh, the stickiness. Oh, my hands. Fuck you. It's not as bad now. Interestingly enough, high fructose corn syrup in like regular sodas is not sticky in the same way that regular sugar is. But yet again, funny enough, I think it's aspartame or whatever it's called. Yeah, aspartame's the artificial sweetener in the old zero sugar Dr. Pepper I drink. It's kind of sticky like sugar, unfortunately. Give and take. Win some, you lose some. Coke Zero, nice. Yeah, I've never been one for diet soda before. Like, you know, I understood that like less sugar is a good idea and all that, and I tried. But I could just never tolerate the aftertaste of like diet or any like diet equivalent. But a couple months ago, I started doing this keto thing, and I was, you know, I just went without soda. But went to a restaurant for my boy's birthday, and I asked them what they had to drink for diet options, and they only had like 4 things, and one of them was Dr. Pepper, which I never had tried diet Dr. Pepper. So I had him get me that, and she brought it to me, and I genuinely thought she just brought me regular Dr. Pepper because I, you know, having gone months without soda, I thought it tasted pretty damn good. And I went to refill it myself, and I saw that it in fact was, well, not diet, technically it was 0 sugar. I know there's usually at least a slight difference in the way they do each little like type of diet. And I was still kind of suspicious that maybe they put the wrong syrup in the machine. It was a fountain drink. So I went and bought, sometime shortly thereafter, a bottle of 0 sugar Dr. Pepper. And I was like, holy shit, like this doesn't have the like atrocious aftertaste that most diet sodas like in my memory have. The reason I didn't like them much in the past. But pleasantly surprised that it's not bad. Lets me get my soda fix without drinking a gallon of sugar per bottle. Have 3 in the morning and then I'm good for the day. Nice. You're diabetic though? Yeah, I'm not like myself. I'm not even like pre-diabetic or like close, fortunately. But it runs in my family. For sure both my grandma and grandpa on my dad's side have it. My dad's got it. Mom is pre-diabetic. That was as much because of diet decisions as hereditary in her case though. Same with my dad. It was a bit hereditary. He had a proclivity to it, but he was not always diabetic. He developed it by just not taking care of his like sugar intakes and shit that can cause diabetes. And he ended up getting it. I'm not so forward thinking in that regard as to ensure that I avoid diet for that purpose, but it does have that very nice side effect, that benefit. Having started keto. Does have that effect of helping me avoid it. Ah, dang. Can't hold 4. Oh, man. How goes the daily search for a discounted copy of MOREtal Online? wait till he finishes. Oh, I guess he's done. Not good. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. Kind of seems like around the time they release major features in the game, you know, relative to what's in the game. Like when they released, I think it coincided with the release of like the amulets and a few other changes to the systems in the game. I think that's the last time the game went on sale. Ooh, a buffalo. They take quite a few arrows to take down, but be lots of shit. I think I can fill an entire horse from one of these. Like 9 or 10 goats. Their stuff does not sell nearly so well. Mountains are fantastic in that regard. But relative to this area, they are worth a good bit. May as well put my bags on all my horses now. If I'm going to be killing a few of these, I'm going to fill up quick. It's raining in the game. Your horse can hold about 600 pounds, and each stack of 10,000 is 100 pounds. I'm holding about 4,500 stacks, or 4,500 carcasses, 4.5 stacks. About 1.5, not quite, because your gear and like the armor they wear and the bags they carry count against that limit. Oh, you juked me. Gotta be at least one more around here. It is dark and rainy. Ah, someone's building a house out here. I'll have to come out here one of these days with a bunch of mining picks and do some chill mining and get a lot of good stuff out here. One thing I like about hunting animals though is that most of it, you know, sells best to the vendors. So it's just, you know, easy. Chop them up, vendor them, money right then. You don't have to worry about doing the rounds to check all your marketplaces. Come on, you stupid ass horses. Houses mess with them bad. They throw off their pathing. I hope they fix that. I'd eventually put a house down somewhere myself. No idea exactly where. And I also at the same time may not, because I like to wander. Personally, I don't really feel a strong need for a house. God, man. A game that I'm so sad that just never worked out was Arcade, specifically Unchained, because at least when it began, it was supposed to be instead of free to play with pay to win, supposed to be you just buy it, box price, and then you get, over the course of playing, a shit ton of the stuff that you would have to pay for in the other game. You just would get it, like, you know, weekly, daily, based on achievements, you know, a number of things. It had so much potential, it just flopped so hard because they just are greedy cunts. But putting aside the complaints and the downsides of that game, some of the best things that had so much potential, for me, some of the things I enjoyed the most was like the sea related, like the ocean, like sailing. Like the housing stuff there was fun because you could buy like a plot of land Well, you said I loved arcades, but the cheating in arenas was just unacceptable. Okay, yeah. So if you played arcades, you know. I loved how you could get plots of land and just put down. I'd run burning logs. I made a lot of money running burning logs. I'd end up getting, I can't remember what it was now. But I got the max number of plots. I had 3 accounts, and I ran the max number of plots across all the accounts, and I would just load up my braziers with those burning logs. Take out my merchant ship or whatever it was called. Can't remember now. It's been so long, and I'd make trips with all 3 characters and just load up my carts. I had the big 9 capacity carts on each one of them, and just load those things up and just come back with a big old fucking sailing ship worth of burning logs. That was a fun little gameplay loop I enjoyed. Nice, you had a galleon? Hell yeah. Never got one of those myself. A few of our guild leaders. Well, horses just did that little disappearing thing. Now I get to go find them. Horses, where did you go? But yeah, that big old galleon, we went on a few guild runs with a couple guildies who had them. Load the whole guild up and go out and try to kill like the world bosses and shit. It was pretty fun. I mained a healer in that game and did pretty good. I did some guild versus guild battles, like friendly guilds, like just did some friendly skirmishes when I first joined. And pretty quick I found that I was pretty good at healing, and so me and a few other people were like the main healers they would take out. On our like serious runs. Nice, we had 3 galleons as a guild. That's awesome. Yeah, we had 2 or 3 as well in our guild. I can't even remember the name of the guild. We weren't like a super big guild, but we had a lot of people who were very economic minded, and so there's a lot of wealth in the guild, and we had a lot of good stuff. Did a lot of runs for gear for people and stuff. That's one of the biggest things that excites me about Ashes of Creation, is that the main guy behind that game, the creator of that game, was an arcade player himself, and was just devastated that they just fucked them both. They screwed arcades, they screwed up Arcades Unchained. They continued to screw up re-releases of the game. I hopped back in for about 2 hours, you know, a month or a couple months ago when some notification popped up about the game was free to play again instead of a box price, which didn't matter because I already had an account, but they changed a whole bunch of shit. They took out a lot of like cosmetics. They had like fresh start servers that could have been fun. It had some potential, but it's just kind of a one and done. They screwed the pooch. It could have had a really good game, but they fucked it. But I'm hoping Arcade pans out. The dude has a lot of love for some of the highest potential features of Arcade, and that's some of the stuff he's put in Ashes of Creation. So he doesn't fuck it up. Assuming he won't, because he's got a massive amount of his own money invested. And that is the one benefit, that, you know, it comes with its own set of pros and cons, but no contest. One of the absolute biggest pros of like a Kickstarter themed, no production, like no producer holding the axe over the developers' necks, is that they're not forced to release a finished, broken, shitty game. The other side of that very same coin is the biggest downside to that style, is that if they don't have a lot of self-discipline and they don't watch out for feature creep and they don't try to hold themselves to deadlines, then you get things like Star Citizen that just never release astronomical, no pun intended, but astronomical potential in Star Citizen. But if that thing ever releases in my lifetime, I will be genuinely pleasantly surprised. But you know, it's just like with anything else, high risk, high reward. If it does release, and it releases with even half the features that they want to have in it, it'll easily be one of the best games of all time ever. Like, full stop. Because if they accomplish what they set out to do, it's going to be amazing. But that is a big, fat, massive if. I'm excited and hopeful for it. I'm optimistic. I'm rooting for them. I myself have, well, right now it's like a $700 or $800 ship. I got it when it was just a few $100s way back in the day. But I got the Carrack, the Anvil Carrack. Got a big old ship ready for when that game releases. To play with a few friends and just sail off into the stars and explore in that massive beast of a ship. It's the largest non-capital vessel as of when I bought it, and I think even still. It can be crewed by a single person at its like bare minimum. Like technically you can crew it, but it's hardly functional. But you can get the majority of the functionality out of just a few. So if I even had a couple friends that played that game, we'll be set in that ship. The cool thing is a lot of the starter ships for the cheaper game packages can fit. Well, not a lot, I should say. There's multiple. There's a few that you can buy that will fit in that hangar bay on the Carrack. So like I could have one friend park their ship inside, close the doors, have the other friend park on top, kind of like a aircraft carrier landing area. God, I hate when the game fucking just randomly makes my horses teleport away. Really fucking wish I knew what was causing that. Gotta be server lag that I just have no control over. Come here, you fucking idiots. All these dumbasses run down here. If they got stuck, I'm gonna be pissed. Oh, yep. They sure are. They're stuck in the rocks over here. Oh, there they are. God, fucking morons. Come here. I have a ship in that game too. I won a contest and I got an AMD inspired ship. Nice. Fuck yeah. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, if it ever releases, we'll have to play some. I actually, somewhat recently, I mean, within the last 6 months or so, recently-ish, I played a fair bit of it, and the game's doing a lot better than the last time before that I played. So I kind of like I do with a lot of the survival games I play. I'll roll around to them again, six months to a year cycles, and they've come out with a lot more stuff, and they're fun to play again for a good little while. I'm hoping that happens with Star Citizen again, because the last couple times I've hopped in, it's had a lot of improvements since the time before that I hopped in. And oh my hell, they did it again. This game is gonna drive me nuts. I want to say it's some sort of racing ship. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I can't remember all the names of the ships. I never knew them very well, even while I was playing the game. But God, man, that gives some amazing, almost cyberpunk vibes in some of the places, and it's great. There is actually already a lot to be done in the game, like a lot that you can do as a player in the game. If they just keep expanding it. The problem is that the game runs like fucking garbage. There's no way I could stream that game and play it. You know, unless I'm like, just never go to the big cities. They had an event while I was playing. I was getting 10 frames per second. And I adjusted up and down my settings all over the place. I tried a bunch of tweaks and adjustments. That's the type of game that I would definitely play and probably even try streaming a little bit of whenever I, if ever I'm able to manage getting myself a 4090 Ti or something crazy like that with like a 16 core, 32 thread beast of a processor. Because the best thing about having processors like that is you can set affinity for games that still prefer higher clocks rather than core count. You can set the affinity to just a few cores and let them have all the juice, or at least more than they would if it tried spreading it out over like 30 cores, 30 threads. Swear to God, this fucking section of the map here is fucking with my horses so bad. Twice now in the last like 5 minutes they've got stuck. And this is a new thing. This is a new thing as of when I last came back to playing this game. This never happened before. At least not to me. I don't know if it happened to anybody else. I never... On occasion people run into weird little pathing related bugs, but nothing to the same degree. So we're gonna come up here away from all those rocks. Like they don't update when you go through like a node line or some shit. I go hide by this rock and then I gotta go AFK for a few minutes real quick. Hopefully nobody sees me. I'll queue a log out just in case I'm gone longer than 2 minutes. I mean, no matter what happens, I'm standing here vulnerable for a couple minutes, but at least that'll limit it to only 2 minutes of potentially dying. And I will be back in just a second. Alright, I'm back. Let's see here. You know, sometimes I'll leave and you know think I won't be long, and I'll come back and be like, shit, I should have logged out or whatever. This is the one time I was like, yeah, I'll log out before I go just to make sure I don't get ganked or some shit. And of course I, you know, didn't need to in hindsight. Better safe than sorry though, eh? Glad to have logged out and not needed to. And then come back and wish I had. God damn it. Freaking clusterfuck of horses over here. Wandering through the woods. They don't like step nettle. Oh, that's cute. Better be happy I'm feeding you at all, you those ungrateful bastards. Horses are horses. Now it's morning in the game, and it does indeed come up opposite. Comes up in the west, sets in the east. Oh yeah, they do that when you have DLSS on, I believe. Most games are, well not most, but several of the ones I played recently, like Scum and this one both. Oh, they still look a little glitchy even with it off, but they definitely look even more crazy with it on. It's not like I have my settings super low. I mean, I don't have them at the highest they can go, but cinematic technically. But that's almost like just meant for screenshots, cinematic. Unless you have an outrageously powerful PC, they don't recommend you playing with it like that. And that's before you turn on DLSS. You can actually get a playable level of frame rates with cinematic with DLSS, but yeah, they like watch. I'll turn DLSS back on and they look glitchy again. Oh, I guess no more than normal. Maybe a little bit, but yeah, they do look a little weird. They glitch out and stuff. It's kind of funny. Whoa, check this game. Come on, horses. Oh yes, to nowhere. It's a blank signpost. Just where I was heading. How'd you know? What up, Bandito? Oh, why am I lagging? Come on, game. Load shit around me, damn it. That's one setting I really like in Scum that I wish a lot of other games had, is you can, it doesn't just go with a default rate for loading textures. You can raise it or lower it to suit your internet. It'll either like pace in the loading of things around you at a slower pace. If like it's struggling to like render it, you can lower that number so it can like do just like a smaller number at a time. Or if you have like a really fast PC and or really quick internet, you can crank it and it'll load things in much quicker. Because some games will just have things just statically load in like at a distance from you or at a static value. That's how most games do it. But Scum lets you adjust it. Game does run better now in most regards than it did last time I played it though. Like I get about the same frames now while also streaming it that I used to get just playing it. But they keep improving it. Goddamn horses. Hit those node lines and they just like disappear. This is like the worst fucking spot to have that happen because I think I'm just barely outside of town. Anybody leaving with the intent of fuckery could do so without fear of guards. Computer's pretty beefy. I never have problems running anything. That's how it is with most games for me, with the exception of when I started streaming. I can't run every game at max, but like 99% of the time, I can run any game I fire up at max settings, or very close to max settings, and get 60 to 120 or more frames per second. But my processor just has a hard time streaming and playing. But it's definitely getting there. It's not the most intense, powerful computer. Even when I bought it, you know, the stuff wasn't like the most brand new. I think they had the 9000 series out, and I bought the 8700K because it was one generation old. And I think they had announced, I think they had already started taking pre-orders for the 3000 series when I got my 2070 because it was on sale. I got my 2070 for like not even $400, and they're like 700 now. Fucking nuts. Kind of a if money was no object, I'd be fucking straddling the bleeding edge. Just oh, I don't know why I got off now. I gotta go butcher first. I put my horses away. But because money is an object, I've always had to kind of justify the balance of getting like the second or even third tier down. Like I didn't get the 2080 Ti or the 2080, I got the 2070. They hadn't yet announced the 2070 Ti, or I might have got that instead. But I usually get the second or third tier down in a generation. That's usually where the most power for dollar spent is. And usually one generation old. Because it always goes on a steep sale when they come out with the new shit. But one of these days, there'll be a day, I'm hoping. I don't know if it's anytime soon, could be years from now, but I'm hoping that there will be a day where I can afford to basically just be like, alright, what's the fastest shit I can buy right now? And maybe I'll be able to get it. Be able to enjoy what that feels like for once. I've got a small taste of it on occasion when I've kind of pushed the boundaries of getting something very near its, like closer to its release date rather. Like I get it a generation old, but only because they just barely announced the new stuff, and so the old stuff starts going on sale. And other times the new shit's already out. Oh, I forgot you got wool from these guys. Not nearly so much as the Uriels. That's what makes the Uriels so valuable, is the wool that they give. You think you'd get a lot more meat? I get more meat off the goats than I did these Wisents. Granted, it was only 2 though. But you'd think you'd get more meat off of gigantic buffalo. Started my own PC 1 year when I was young and got taxes back with the huge bonus. I was 22. If something else was on the horizon, I would start saving, be able to buy one. I push base on credit card, and when it launched, bam, I'd have one right away. Nice, hell yeah. That's awesome. Oh, I don't have one of these. Well, we're not going to the jungle camp. Might go to Mokai. Probably go to Vada. Oh, we'll get those ones. Tindrum and Hilspea. We're not Tindrum so much, but we are always in Hilspea, so grabbing one of those is good. Oh my hell! I didn't realize that my window was still open. Where are you, dumbass? You're right in the way over there. Oh, now they've blocked me in. You filthy cunts. Alright. All you assholes out here. Guys have zero fucking spatial awareness. In the way. Everywhere. Like Charlie Sheen. Everywhere we go. In the fucking way. God, listen to that shit right now. If it wouldn't assuredly get me a copyright, like mute. There would be no audio, at least for a portion of the stream. Get muted. Ironbone lore. Oh yeah, fuck that carpology. I could buy that anywhere. We're gonna learn Ironbone. Ironbone. 4 deserts and a couple steps in this here place. I think I might actually swap out and ride a desert since I got plenty and they're not actually difficult to get. I'll have to go get another damn silver though. I only brought enough to put 2 horses away. Fucking fire. Sorry, Joseph, I burned you. Oh, there's Deicide. Remember they used to give everybody trouble. I don't know if they still do. There's a few guilds that kind of imploded because they were just toxic and shitty human beings. And they had their fun for a while in this game. As any game where you can PvP, especially full loot. For a time, that is a toxic cunt's fucking sandbox. But they imploded. And they are no more. Happened to several guilds. Joseph, you turned from white to yellow. White and yellow, white and yellow. Right. A little less health because he's a lower level, but we'll level him on up. Faster. Top shaggers. Alright, where's our handy dandy map? Come on, map. Where you at? Right. I think this is Bhakti, right? This isn't Vada. I didn't happen across Vada. I think this is Bhakti. I don't know how to tell. Oh, hey. That was weird. I thought I saw a green name from a guildie. I think the postmaster, bro, might say. I think he was back in here. Bhakti. We are in Bhakti, that's what I thought. Alright. Freaking desert horses are so fast. Even they're like, technically they have 4 speeds. They've got the walk, the trot, and then the gallop, and then they also have, or I guess technically that's a canter. And then their 4 speed, their highest speed is their gallop. And even just their canter is faster than the gallop of a desert horse. They are the nicest breed to explore with, that's for sure. They're more sprinty though, because the Jotuns are slower, but they have a good bit more stamina, a couple hundred more stamina. These guys are fast, but can't go for as long before tiring. Ah, fuck you, wolf. Off, you rancid cunt. Yeah, that's right. Pussies. Fucking afraid of water. And a wolf are you? Bitch wolves. Let's see. I can't quite climb it. Let's see if we can go kill ourselves a few gators. Oh, not right there though, that's a dungeon. We will surely die. Even with good gear, most people don't go into dungeons alone. Bad idea. You want at least one person to watch your back. You will get shit on. Shitted on. What game? Why do you lag? Let's see. Why are you doing this to me, computer? Beep at me not. Beep not unto me, I say. So we've come down from the mountains, we've gone through the forest and the plains, and we are now heading to the jungle. Not the actual jungle, fuck that place. We are heading to a jungly section. This is a really random thought, but I was just thinking, man, it'd be nice to like know where everyone is so I could just like guide my path. And obviously like, you know, in like a first-person shooter style game, knowing where people are is legitimately like a cheat, like a wall hacking, like scan site, whatever they call it. But in Sea of Thieves, when there are mechanics within the game that lets you see other players, and it's kind of cool how they built that into the game to be like a legitimate like function, like gameplay mechanic even. It comes with its own like risks and reward type of deal. But it would be cool if in this game, if you were like, you know, if you signed up to be like, I'm not a player killer, and like even opt out of being able to deal damage to other players until they've damaged you, which is how the criminal system works. You flag criminal actions on or off. It just did. That way you can't accidentally damage somebody that you didn't mean to. You're just missing your shot on accident. But, you know, so if you could opt out of, like permanently opt out of being able to not necessarily permanently, but while using that feature, or for like an hour after having turned it off or something, so you can't like turn it on, find them, turn it off, you know what I mean, like some bullshit like that. No, but anyway, and even if it was like really limited, like you could only see people within like a certain distance of you, so that way you just could try to avoid them, you know. And I guess kind of there is something like that in the game. It's called the Clade gift for the class or race or whatever that I play. It says you can see entities in the world around you, but I think it's only like while standing still, and it only lasts for a second, and I think it's got a pretty long cooldown. Like there's some downsides to it. Oh, nice jungle horses. I love them. They're so tiny. Look how tiny this horse is. Watch. I think the biggest are the Jotun horses. Desert horses are almost as big. But watch. Watch this. I guess they're not as much smaller as I thought. But they're kind of fun to run around through the trees and shit in the jungle. That's probably exactly why they made them the way they did. But they're why mouse work? God damn it! Oh, stop running from me, you filthy whore! Let me be your friend. I want to love you and feed you. And make you carry heavy shit. Love me. Love me. $28, alright. We can get a couple 20 to 30s. I think we might actually get 4 this time. And they're so small. Stop following me, damn it. Be alone while I tame your brother. 46 to 73. Oh, he's a 54. It'll be close. If it's a real low one, I might get a 4th. Hey there, damn it. Come on, Hungle Jorse. Oh man, we got 4, baby. Oh yeah, we got 5 points to spare. I only got 2 extra bags, but that's alright. Alright, come get your food, boys. Now I have to figure out what the hell I'm naming the 4th one. This is the first time I've had 4 that weren't like level 5 or less or something stupidly low. The second one's always Donkey. I go in order of level. Donkey. And then I've got Caboose, but that's the end one. Gotta think of a name for the second to last horse now. Maybe I'll name him Glue. Yeah. Gloo, Glue. And Caboose. Alright, fellas. Damn, I don't have enough spots on my bars for all their bags, which fortunately I only have 3 anyway. But I would have to move some shit around on my bars to put a 4th bag on my bar. There's one, you can just put this one under all pets and it'll open all bags, but it can get a little bit monotonous because it still tries to put them in the first bag, the first horse's bag by default. So you open all bags and right click to move something and it'll still only ever try to put it in one bag instead of like going to the next available bag with capacity. Free capacity. It's rather obnoxious. But yeah, some people like the jungle horses. They're not the fastest or have the most stamina. I think they actually have the least. No, maybe the mongrel horses have less, but they're small. I think they have quick acceleration and their turning speed is really tight compared to other horses. They're good for like dense areas like le jungle. But either way, I went with advanced creature control for the extra points and herding for a reason. I want to be able to load up horses while I'm out and about. I could technically hunt anything, really. I could hunt these fucking bush pigs if I wanted. But we are going to try to get some satyrs. Even a tagmaton or 3. Gonna head west and then cut through the jungle here. Cut up north through Spider Valley, I think, maybe. Then head to Madudu. I don't think jungle horses will sell for anything in Maduli. Even desert horses, the best horse in the game, you know, quote unquote. There are some pros and cons between them, but right now the main difference between horses is their speed, and the deserts are the fastest. So that's generally the most expensive horse. And even those sell for like half the price in Maduli that I can get out of a jungle horse or a Jotun horse. Jotuns. Up in Hilspea, and those spawn close there too. So like, basically anytime you sell a horse in an area that they're not common to, you can get a lot more. Like if I went and got 4 desert horses, or 3 I guess, you know, found 3 out in the wilderness and took them all the way up to Hilspea. Those would theoretically sell for a lot up there. Oh, not so much in Hilspea specifically, on that note, because you're not all that far from being able to get your own, and you can't usually make great use of that, of their speed in Hilspea. Because, not a ton of open space to just let them rip. But however, you know what? I was just about to say I should go to MOREtal sometime out in the east. That area and that city and like the area around that city, fucking gorgeous. Like every biome has its like unique beauty. But most people will say that just objectively speaking, Morin is like the most beautiful. Like it's kind of subjective. Like for example, Anna the other night, she didn't really like the colored forest. I love it. Other than the performance is garbage there, and it's really hard to navigate because it's such a dense little forest. Like those like willow tree slash aspen, I think. Aspen. I can't remember what kind of tree it is, but they're known to grow very densely, and they emulate that accurately in this game. But it's tough to navigate, and the performance is garbage, but God, is it beautiful. That's one of my favorite places in the game, personally. Not that I don't like the snowy area of Hills today, I really like the mountain areas in pretty much any game. But yeah, you know, those things are subjective. But like most people who play this game will just tell, you know, anybody will agree that objectively, Morin is probably the most beautiful area in the game. Out east, kind of near the Eastern Ocean on that coast. Meduli's like the Western Ocean on like the desert coast. But yeah, I think maybe we'll make our way up, try to kill some Tagmatons and shit, and I'll drop these horses off in Meduli. If I have room in the stables, I may not. I may have to sell them pretty cheap on the market just to put them somewhere. But yeah, then I think maybe we'll grab some desert horses and try to take them out to Morin to sell them. Because they're not easy to find out that far, and it's a kind of more open area where they would still likely sell well. Yeah, I think desert horses really only spawn in the western half. I don't think there's anywhere further out east. It's all steppe horses. Reference in the old map here, and yeah, I'm only seeing steppe horses spawn out there. Oh, I think I know whose house this is. I helped him build it. If it's the one I'm thinking of. We're about to find out. Oh. Not the one. I swear this is the spot though. This is not how I'm thinking. Oh, that's cool. They got a butchery table here, though. Good to know. I get some carcasses out here. The resulting product from a carcass is like half or even less of the weight. I swear, I remember this vividly. I have screenshots and I think even a video from when we came out here and built this house. Unless it's this one further down. I could have swore it was that one though. This may be it though. I know it's like right around here. Like this is one of the first things I ever did in the game. Like I joined in, found a guild, figured out what the hell I was doing, and this is actually the very first group guild thing that I participated in. Was coming out. So like I know it's in this area, unless he, you know, maybe recreated his character and you don't keep your house or something like that. Or maybe he moved his house. I don't know. I know this is the spot though. Like, not even an ounce of doubt. And I'm just not exactly sure where, but like this area, like right around here. Cyrillac, how's it going? Cyrillac? I don't know if I'm saying it right. Cyrillac, how's it going, man? Welcome back. It's just stopping in saying hi. How the heck you guys been? You mentioned the other day that Mr. Fun mentioned stopping in. Are you someone I have on like a friends list by a different name somewhere? I'm trying to remember. Could be Tagmatons down here. I never know exactly where they spawn because they roam a fair bit. They got pretty big patrol areas. Oh, that's a player. That's a whole group of players. Oh, they're killing a Tagmaton. We're gonna go this way because I don't know if they're gonna try to kill me next. Or if they're just hunting Tagmatons. A lot of times you don't have a choice. A lot of times the game will just load people in front of you and you're just like, well, I'm either going to die or not. But in this situation I saw them, so we are going to avoid them. I will say, you know, at risk of speaking too soon, knock on wood, I will say that with the exception of the first couple days, because it was about as shitty as I remember. Got killed a few times. But with the exception of those first couple days, since I've been back, I have found that people are generally more not super shitty. But, you know, it'll happen again, I'm sure. Yeah, these guys are riding right up on me. Hello. You guys out hunting Tagmatons? Having any luck? A lot of times, like they just did, I'm assuming, they just want to see who is out and about, and if we're not like somebody on their shit list, then they'll leave us alone. Fortunately, we're pretty friendly with most, at least neutral with most. People like what we do, like what services we offer as a bank, so they leave us alone most of the time. I'm one of his Twitch mods, and none of my other friends are on. Oh, gotcha. Well, appreciate you hopping in. Welcome to the streameroo. Just out wandering today. Doing some explorification-ating. I don't know if you were in the chat when I mentioned something about what I'm gonna do is go put these horses in the stables near-ish to where I'm at. And then I'm gonna head east. Gonna show Mr. Fun the old eastern area of the game. I'll have to make sure that if I don't, I add you, but I think I've got you set in my host list, Mr. Fun. When I'm offline, my channel should host yours. Especially lately, though, I'm never really not on. I play a lot. Stream a lot. I was looking the other day, yesterday in fact. YouTube told me that I hit like 30,000 views or something. I was like, holy shit. I didn't realize I was on enough to have had my videos kind of float around enough to hit that. Like shit. It's fun though. For me, you know, my motivation to do it and keep doing it is the fact that I love playing games. It's definitely, unquestionably my hobby of choice. And I figure if I'm going to be playing them, I may as well be streaming them. And if I get super lucky and it ends up being something I can do for a living, then I will count myself blessed as shit. But who knows? Ah, there's a Tagmaton. We gotta murder him. You guys are kind of scary. They're really big and they hit hard. You don't ever want to fight one on foot unless you're like heavily armored, and even then, you know, probably still not smart. They take a lot of shots to kill. Fortunately, my weak spot damage is like 2.5 to 3 times normal damage. But even that being the case, it still takes so many. I can't remember if the soldiers are the stronger ones. There's one other type of Tagmaton. I can't remember if they're the stronger or the weaker ones. Did you stop strafing? Look at that. See, he hit me one time for like 1/3 of my health. Because he was strafing and I couldn't get a clear shot. I was waiting for him to straighten out right before he got close, but then he got like on my ass before he turned. This is one of the reasons why mounted archery is pretty OP. It's very OP for PvE. It's not so much for PvP because anybody wearing heavy armor is gonna render your arrows basically like you're blowing bubbles at them. Like I have literally done 0 damage to someone in PvP before. There's been times where I shot somebody and, you know, it's not like I don't have skill enough to do damage. I think I'm basically maxed. And there's a separate skill. It kind of sucks, but they also kind of want to keep the game balanced, so it kind of makes sense why they do it. But like archery, like I can have my archery to max, but if my mounted archery is low, I do shit for damage while on a horse shooting. And same with like my riding can be high, but like my mounted archery needs to be high. Or, you know, so it's like you need archery and riding and mounted archery, all 3 of those things to be effective with this weapon on a horse. But if you spend those 300 out of your 1100 you're given on that, it's pretty powerful in PvE. As long as you're on your horse, you pretty much won't die. You can get away. You'll keep out of their range. But mounted or foot melee combat rather, is rather dangerous. Without very heavy armor, which is expensive because it takes a lot to make. That could be something that would make you a lot of money, Mr. Fun, if you made big two-handed axes or swords and heavy armor or something. You could do pretty well. Sometimes it takes a while for your stuff to sell. But there's people who will make just a few sets of gear a week, make several hundred gold a week. I could make that much in a week doing what I do, but it's a lot more work. A few sets of armor is not nothing, but you know, you go out and get like a couple horses worth of material and come back and extract it. You're sitting fairly pretty on material. Excuse me. Freaking Dr. Pepper is eating me alive. I'm tempted. I should switch these horses out for deserts, but these spawn so close to where I'm going, I can just come back out and get them after I take these ones home. Plus, I like my little jungle horses. This is the first time I've been able to have 3 following me at that high level. 20s, 30s, even 50s. I think I have enough creature control points that I could have 2 max levels and a pretty low one. Whereas before I'd have to have like, I mean when I started it had to be a low one just to even have one. And eventually I got to where I could have 1 max. No, and then I could have a max and then a moderately leveled. Maybe one day if I get my creature control all the way up, maybe I'll have enough points to have a max level horse and a max level like tower dog, because they're actually like a combat pet. You know what? I might even try to do that. Maybe once I drop these horses off, I'll come out and try to grab a tower dog and see if I can even control it. That's kind of a fun little thing. I kind of forgot about that. That's what I wanted to do a long time ago. Was like when I started the game, I was kind of like maybe trying to be like almost like a hunter from WoW, having like a pet and a bow and. I don't know. I'm torn because I think I could sell desert horses in Morin for a lot, so I should probably take desert horses out there. But maybe we'll make the journey with a tower dog and level him up. A little combat pet experience going. Up Springbox. roaming round. I've only died, well, not during an event like in a dungeon, not including those, because I don't even remember how many times I've died during those, because those are like intentionally dangerous areas. But just while simply roaming around the game world playing, I've only died twice in PvE. Once was because I got dismounted from carrying too much weight without realizing it, and then it dismounts you when you do that. While picking up a Tagmaton corpse and didn't realize another Tagmaton was rolling up on me. Dude, bro, just fucking wrecked me. And the second time was to tower dogs. They swarmed me and I hit one of those node lines. You like freeze for a second. And they fucking killed my horse. And then me. I guess not including Haven, because across the like 7 or 8 times I made my character before I settled, this was either my 7th or 8th character, technically. I kept recreating once I decided I wanted to try something else or figured out an answer to something I wasn't sure about and wanted to adjust accordingly. Not including Haven. Because I died several times in the course of figuring the game out. But once I was like, alright, I understand the game. I'm gonna make my way out. Be a ranger. Oh, goddamn node lines. Fucking sending my horses off into the nether. Come on, dipshits. This fucking game. So good in a lot of ways. And it's got its fun little problems. I wonder why there's these like freaking rows of weeds growing along the pathway here. Interesting. So many houses out here. They put a lot more guards out here by the graveyard. Used to just be a fucking gank fest. Which is cool because, like, you know, that fits perfectly within even, like, the lore, I guess. Not the lore, but, like, the setting of the game. An area becomes a little more dangerous right next to a city, like, technically a part of a city, the city's graveyard. They're gonna put a few more guards out there. That's pretty sweet. We have arrived in my doo-doo. In my doo-doo. In my doo. In my doo-doo. In my doo-doo-doo. Alright, you shithead, stay here. I'm going to get some money to stable you. One thing that excites me about games like this is, you know, just the possibility. Like, if this does well, the game keeps getting more polished and the devs doing a good job, and, you know, they get to the point where they feel like they can justify subscription fees. And they, I lose my train of thought. Anyway, the game keeps improving. You know, I'm excited to see, like, changes this kind of game could make in, like, terms of, like, quality of life and all that. Could be pretty good. Man, some chick is either having a real good time or a real bad time out there. Gosh, I got all these books I still need to work on eventually. Gotta figure out which ones are secondaries and just come here every so often, grab a book and read it. And for the next 40 hours, I'm reading the Ironbone book. I think I got that one from the jungle camp. But man, she's getting her ass beat. Guess I don't have any leather here. I had some. Unless I just missed it. Oh, there it is. I did just miss it. Alright, I don't know how much it takes, but I'm gonna make tower dogs and bears as combat pets. Can also wear bags. So I'm going to leave the extra horse bags here. I'm fairly certain I'm only going to be able to get Shit, you know what? Maybe the tower dog dies. It could die. And or maybe I got enough points to get a second horse. I'll keep the bags. They're cheap. If I die and lose them, so be it. It's been easy to make more. Armor crafting. Pet equipment. There we go. Oh, what? Oh. I can't make them anymore? Oh, maybe I could never make them. I thought I could. It's a primary, so that's probably why I never did. Alright, I'll just buy a set. I'm sure someone's got some cheap garbage ones on the market for cheap that I just need the space. I don't care how good quality they are. The better quality means they give a little armor, which in the case of the bags doesn't mean much. The bigger bags actually do protect a little bit, because if an arrow hits the bag, it'll deal equipment damage rather than straight health damage. I think it still does some damage, but it's like factors in having to go through that first. I don't know how much they're gonna be, but they're not be more than like a gold. In-ba-doo-doo. In-ba-doo. Damn, people are selling amulets for that much? Shit. Maybe I'll try selling the other gold amulet I've got. Like several thousand gold apparently. Holy balls. Oh, never mind. Those guys are just trying to price gouge. There's a lot of these on here for like just silver. Alright, that makes more sense. Yeah, that's funny. Oh, these are all the bronze ones. I wonder what the gold. Trinkets. Try to find a gold trinket. These are all copper and silver. Amulet, axes, endurance, vitalism, 60 gold. Alright. That's probably roughly what the one I have is. Anyway, getting distracted. Pet bags. Unfortunately, there's only in pet armor. There's only horse and bear armor. Don't have tower dog armor. Be a frightening little beast. It's like a half bear, half wolf. I mean, shit, even just an armored bear is scary enough. All leather bear bag. May as well get the large ones, they're only copper more. Yes, maybe I'll get one of each, because I don't know for certain that a tower dog can... wear the big ones. They might only be able to wear the small ones. Right. Guess we're gonna find out. God, Meduli is so laggy. And this isn't even because I'm streaming, it's just, it's always been this way. Look at old Madoo. Runs like doo-doo. So many people there. There's some weird fascination that people have with shitty, deserty places. I mean, fuck, look at Arizona and Utah and, you know, like parts of Utah and like, even like, I think it's eastern Washington and western Idaho. They're just shitty deserts. It's like, what the fuck, people? Like, I live in northeast Idaho. It's like mountainous and green and not shitty. I definitely don't have enough to put all these away. Had enough to put one away. Well, fuck. Means I gotta go get more money. Alright, shitheads, follow me. Get out of the way. We're gonna go to the other bank. That one is just too crowded. One's further away, but it's far easier to act. Like literally the opposite side of town from the stables. I don't know how much I'm gonna sell on these guys. Probably not that much because only a percentage of the taxes. Or it's only the taxes are only a percentage of the sell price, and I think any of these are gonna sell well here.
With an 80 damage.
Medulla is so oversaturated. Unless I put them really cheap, I don't think people are gonna want jungles over deserts anyway. Deserts are so easily obtained here. Really only when there's a shit ton of fighting and people are just blowing through horses. Really the only time that people care too terribly much to buy. Come on, you guys are in the way. Come over here. Alright, stay over there. Oh damn, a big old max level brown bear for 125 gold. Shit. Yeah, see, even steppe horses are only like 4 or 5 gold, and jungles I think are even less than that. We'll sell them for 3. I could make an alright amount off of a max level jungle horse. Maybe put him up 4. Sell the jungle for 3. Probably sell. We'll do 5 on the steppe. It's a super special. Today only, $5.99.99. The desert horse. Come on, open for me, would you? There we go. Hop in here. Old Leviton wants to hop in and say hi. Hop in. Say hi. Alright, we'll sell these other jungles. Whoop, whoop, hold still. Come on. We only need one backup horse. I probably should rest. Don't really need to because I guess we don't need to take 4 gold out with us to give to anybody. I think it's rather difficult to tame certain things. Like bears and such. Alright. I think we got enough horse food for one horse. Get one out if we need more. Might ought to buy more now, but it is fairly easy to find horse food in the desert, which is really fucking like in the mountainy snowy area. Kind of makes sense. It's a bit tough. Yeah, that's a big old spider. You know, kind of makes sense. Like in the mountains and the snow, not much is growing. You'd also kind of think about that about the desert too, but it's actually a lot easier to find shit in the desert compared to the mountains, food-wise. The further east we go, the easier that'll be still, I think. I also always forget that, actually probably not here because it's salt water. You can gather water. Feed your horses that way too. That's cool. I added some ambient sound down water. Oh, nice. You can gather water from. And it even says fresh water, I think. Oh no. Oh, it's the other stuff. The better stuff is like purified water. Ah, I almost left without putting the Tagmaton carcass away too. I'm glad I came to get water. I mean, it's not a big deal, but almost a full stack. I got a bunch saved up for either leveling my relevant lures or having somebody with the lures do for me later. Oh, it's been depleted. Kodo's out in force today. There's a bunch of them around here. They're like the police of the whole like desert area. They keep the shitty subhumans in check. People who just want to be toxic assholes. Like not even the ones who roleplay as like player killers or like that their guild is, you know, just kind of lawless. Like that's fine. That's part of the game and it makes it fun. You know, there's that risk. Without that risk, it'd just be a, you know, you just, I mean, what's the point? You'd wander and gather materials and you'd be like, wow, where you just hoard shit, you know, like run around and mine and herb and whatever. But the people who just want to fuck with you, like kill your horse and then leave you, like run away. But then you're like, well, do I kill myself and leave all my shit behind? Or do I try to keep a hold of my good gear that I've got and run on foot and maybe still die if I get mauled by wolves? You know, it's just shitty. Shitty people. Alright, we got plenty of water. I think you can feed even the what are they called? The tower dogs. Losing my damn train of thought. I think you can feed them water too. Like, I think pretty much any animal will accept water, even though it's like doesn't do much for them. I think it'd be more valuable in the desert than it is though. Damn, that's almost a gold for that Tagmaton brain. Shit. I was kind of thinking, I was like, it'll give me a little bit, and then I'll just head out. I wasn't gonna bother going back to the bank, just deposit a little bit, but give me. Kodo and Slav are out today. Come on. I'm gonna be in the way if I try to scoot the horse over there. So let's leave you right here, shall we? Sneak over here. Do some window banking. Ah, damn it. I'm an idiot. I should have just kept. Alright, let's see how much. I'll just pull that same 90 back out. Oh man, I'm the worst. I do this all the time. I'm like, ready to go. Oh wait, I forgot. Ready to go. Oh wait, no, this. Oh man, it's fun. Fun times. Cause I'm a moron. Fucking moron. There you are. Thought you were around here somewhere. And get 100 and what'll that be? 20? Or no? Thinking of 1,000. Yeah. 1,200. 1,400. 1,300. 1,275. 1,295. 90. 85. Ah, there we go. That's what it is. 185. That'll be enough. That'll keep Joseph fed pretty much the whole trip. And I've got water. If I need. Shit, I might need to check. I mean, I know a huge amount of the reason is because I'm here in my doo-doo, but was not struggling on frames until I came to, until I opened Discord in case Leviton wanted to hop in and chat. We are going to limit the cores it's allowed to have. I don't know why Discord needs more than just a few cores at most. Even the chat, like even just the audio processing, unless you're in a chat channel that is set to really high kilobits per second bitrate, just don't need much. Alright, we are going to make our way east. We'll be under the cover of night for a good portion of it, fortunately. You know what? My freaking spells are so shitty. They are better than nothing, and I can heal while moving. And it's really cheap. Ecumenical is at 11. I'm a few points into it. Technically, they're set to pull out for other things, so it'll go down even further. I should get some just to have. I carry a little bit of the water and the calamine. You can use this heal. What the key binding is, I think it's D for self cast or T for other cast. I've got the water already. I mean, I can get my own water. I gathered a shit ton of it. Can buy it. It's like a copper of water. It's not much. Calamine's the relatively more expensive agent. Holy fucking lag, Meduli. Looks like Kodo and Slav are off to whatever they were gonna do. Alright, I don't know how much time I'm gonna need, so we're just going to take our change. Take our change by what we need, however much we can get with that, unless that's way more than we need. On the alt servers, Meduli runs just fine. I mean, they don't exist anymore, but back when they did, back when you could use alt servers, it's only so bad because how many people are here. One of the benefits of Tindrum, or no, Tindrum's worse. One of the benefits of Hilspea is that it's not overly crowded. I can't remember which one of these vendors it was. Ah, the magic vendor. Thought she was over kind of by the grocery vendor a little bit. Come on, I don't want to get in people's way. Let me talk to you. Holy shit. Stop, horse. God damn. Okay, yeah, that'll be way more than we need. That's 100 spells. And while we could blow through that because my spells are weak as shit. You prep the spell, then you cast it. See, we did 5 healing. Like a 10th of what my bandages do, or like a 6th, or something like that. Like, but you can do it while moving. You know, I don't have to stop and hop off the horse. And I think think it's even lower mounted than it would be if I was on foot. Holy shit. This fucking asshole in the window. Blocking the goddamn vendor. Alright. So since we're here and I'm thinking about it, said coming back yet again. Let me see if I have more bandages. Got 20. We're gonna be out for a while. Yeah, let's take another 10 with us. That'll do. 30 bandages, 100 spells worth of agents. I really wanted to kind of min-max. One of these days I'll, I should carry what I need for Purify, because if you get poisoned or whatever, cure it. Or it's a good interrupt. Corrupt is like a damage over time, but I don't know if I even have what I need. I have very strongly considered, like even more strongly than like a melee class or whatever, I have considered swapping over to magic. Like basically just switching out my archery stuff. Like I wouldn't have to change much. Like I would just do, instead of mounted archery, I'd switch it to mounted magery, and instead of just archery, I would switch it to something magic. But the downside is that there's so many. I mean, there's necromancy, there's spiritism, there's domination, there's ecumenical. So there's either like healing, dominate, I think, is for animals. So it's like, it wouldn't exactly be a 1-to-1. I think it takes more. Although archery is not just archery. Archery also encompasses aiming technique and marksmanship. So who knows? And the nice thing about it is I could just switch back at any time. I would have to wear even less armor though. That's one of the benefits of archery, is you can still wear decent amount of armor and not be penalized. Sorry, I was AFK. No worries. Yeah, I was kind of just rambling about a few things. You didn't miss much. I got those jungle horses taken here, and just about headed out a couple times, and then got sidetracked by something. Went back. I decided I'd pick up the reagents I would need to be able to cast a few spells on my horse for a little health if he needed, or myself. You can do that while running. Don't have to stop. I can bandage myself while on horseback, but I can't bandage the horse, so it's a good one to basically use bandages for myself and heals for my horse if it just takes a little falling damage. And then that's what got me on the topic right about the time you got back, of kind of BSing a little about having considered, if I went melee, I'd have to redo everything. I mean, even to just do magic as like a Alvaran, I've already picked kind of the wrong clades. Because like this one would be magic related. I think a better class, just once they have clade respecs, even if it's kind of expensive, that's when I might play a lot more with it. But even just to kind of test it out and see if I even kind of like the idea, all I would have to do is basically swap out my mounted archery for mounted magery, my archery, my marksmanship, stuff like that for the spell, because that is one thing, is you're very hard to kill as a mounted mage. You just run and heal your horse, take a few pot shots, you heal yourself. Really only if you run out of mana. And your mana does drain, but I think when you rest it goes back up. It draws from your mana reserves. which mine are pretty much maxed because I almost never use mana. Yeah, I'm actually pretty good on health and stamina reserves too. And your mana does just go up a little bit slowly over time too. I don't know. That's the cool thing about this game is there's a lot of choices. Like, you can min-max. I should theoretically be a different class altogether if I wanted to do melee, but I could still go melee with like medium armor and like a quick sword and just be like faster than my opponent. Kind of like a nimble, rely more on dodging than just having heavy armor to take the damage. Same with like magery. I could just be like kind of like a quick nimble mage, having this high dexterity. They don't have super low intelligence. I mean, both their intelligence and their psyche are close to 100. I think Thursars are like 40 or something. The actual points I have into them are low right now because I've got them into strength and dexterity, but I could pull them out of that and put them into intelligence and psyche. I wanted to test out magery. Other than this shit, other than your clades, because once you pick it, you're done. That's it. Until they add clade respecking, you're stuck with what you chose for time and all eternity until you delete the character. Oh man, I went the wrong way. Well, not the wrong way, but I went the long way around for where I was headed. That sucks. Headed back again. Hello. I've heard a few people have good. I've heard that a few people have had good conversations with Slav or Slav or get Slav like Slavic. The guild. Doing that. Somehow my horse is overhealed. Got 207 out of 200 health. Hello. You doing alright? If I had an extra horse, I'd give you one. I only have one, unfortunately. You could totally hop on the back if they let you, like, duel up on horses. Even if it made them slower. Like, I'd be okay with that trade-off. Be like, here, buddy, let me give you a ride to a horse. I guess, I mean, he's going to be running straight this way in heavy armor very slowly for quite some time. I think there's a spot where step horse might spawn kind of close. Maybe if I come across it before he catches up and gets it himself, maybe I can grab it for him. Some people I don't think have enough points in even just like basic mounted stuff to even be able to get one though. Is that a pig or is that a tower dog? Are those tower dogs? I think those are. So these guys attack the shit out of you, so you have to like basically fuck them up to tame them. Might be what that guy's doing. He might be trying to tame one. You have to like wreck their shit to like, you know, incapacitate them long enough to tame them. Oh, you bitch. Wow. Okay. Stuck at the old aiming game right now. Alright. Let's go tame us a tower dog if we can. I think we can. I think we've got more than enough points to do all this now. Oh, too difficult for you to tame? What? You must be too high level. Oh well. Gonna have to find maybe a baby. Don't want to be dismounted for long now. Does not help with the getting away quick. Or I have either a horse or a tower dog. I don't have much space. But you can field butcher. You don't get nearly as much material, but it frees up a lot of space because you lose a fair bit. So this is a young one. Maybe he's low. Was the last one a young one too? I think the last one was young as well. More about their level. I think the young ones have a chance of being. It doesn't tell me right next to him. On the horse, I think you have to get off before it'll tell you whether you can tame it or not. Too difficult for you to tame. How? Oh, it's my taming. It's only 70. That's why. Damn it. I don't think I have the points to add any more into taming. And I think you need... yep, see, so I would need... I'd have to drop some other shit. I don't know. I wanted to go, like, pure, like, animal related. I think I'd have to drop, like, my own combat prowess. I don't know. I did so much fiddling the other day and barely figured out how to have what I've got. I don't know if you could do that. I might have to drop, like... God damn it. The actual fuck is happening right now? That was weird. Damn, I want a tower dog. I think the low level taming only means I have to find lower ones to start with. Maybe 70 is not enough to even tame one. I don't know. This game is weird like that. Like 70 out of 100. And like shit is just weird like that sometimes. Like I have 70 out of 100 and I still can't tame most things. Like, alright, so apparently you gotta have 100 out of 100 to even like tame the lowest level shit? Like, I don't know. Maybe they want you to have to try to like get them low and level them up. Maybe that's because they're combat capable. That's where the balance in their mind comes into play. Well, I brought extra bags. I have bags that would go on a tower dog. I only actually have 2 for horses. If I can't find a tower dog I can tame, I can at least get a horse or 2. And or if I could tame a springbok. Let's look up where the tower dogs spawn. Ah, you cunt, fly. Like, I don't even care. I don't even care what it would do to, like, the ecosystem, but fucking flies and mosquitoes could just cease to exist. If I could Thanos snap, it wouldn't even be 50%. Just be all flies and mosquitoes. No longer deserve to exist. God, they're annoying. And like wasps and hornets too, because like bees are the only good ones that like actually help. Wasps and hornets are just a nuisance. No, I mean I think they technically contribute somewhat to like pollinizing, pollinization. But bees are the primary ones. Fuck the rest of them. Tower dog. Damn, there's apparently not many more out here. I know there's a pack of them over here because, as I mentioned earlier, the 2 things that I've ever died in PvE to, I got fucking shreked by a tagmaton that just ran up on me while I was not prepared. And the other time was pretty much right where I'm at right now, when I was looting tower dogs, and the game lagged and they wrecked my horse and killed me shortly afterward. I managed to get back and get my shit at least. And I ran to Meduli. I only lost a horse in that shit show. But right over here somewhere, or somewhere around here, I think they're up this hill a little bit. I'd like to get one. You know, if people tamed them regularly enough and sold them, if they weren't unreasonable. Oh, they found me. If they weren't unreasonable in price, I might even buy one just to try to kind of have one. Alright, at least it's a young one. If it's a low enough level, I might be able to. Might be able to control him, tame him. God damn it. I forgot about this, and this pissed me the fuck off before too, having 70 taming out of 100. And most of the shit in the game is still too high level to tame. That is definitely something that they need to fix, because that's a problem. Not acceptable to be that way. Fuck my life. Shit is so fucking heavy. See, this is what fucking got me last time. They just swarm your ass. Alright, fuck it, we're putting the big bags on, because we're not out of weight capacity, we're out of space. Let me get to a safe spot and fucking... field butcher all this shit. In fact, if I'm gonna pick up that other... I'm gonna pick up this other tower dog worth the shit, I better field butcher all this, right? Alright, well I guess tower dogs. Trying to get a tower dog combat pet. Gonna work. I don't know how the fuck I would even... Like, I don't know what I would drop to get points for... I mean, all this shit is secondary. Anything I have a bunch of points in, you know, it'd be like I'd have to drop a little bit of like writing and like combat related shit in order to be able to even fucking have enough. Could get rid of my veterinary and just rely on spells for healing, which would be like almost nothing, but you know, that's fine. You just take a lot of reagents with you and I also only need like a little bit of this shit on me at a time. Keep the extra on the horse. buffalo, I guess it doesn't weigh much. It's actually the dial, I think, that weighing me down a good bit. Fuck you, cougars. That kind of makes me sad. I remember that being something I was really interested in doing, like when I first started the game. So I was like, I kind of want to have like I want to roam, I just want to explore, and I want to have, I want to be able to shoot shit with my bow, ride around on my horse, have a combat pet. And I remember finding out that basically can't, like, fuck. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Get some horses to take to MOREtal. Okay. There was a second desert horse over here, but was not. Right there, I think, is one more spawn. Oh shit, maybe not. These are steps. The only desert spawn, I think. Maybe not. Maybe I just don't properly. Yeah, there's another one northeast of here. We're headed east, so we'll head a bit north. Head east. Desert horse. Ooh, if we're lucky. We'll have to see if it happens again. If it starts happening more regularly, that I can take 3 decent leveled, or 4 if they're lower level. If I can do that routinely, then I will start bringing 3 sets of horse bags with me instead of just 2. Because even if I can't have a combat pad, at least being able to roam around, fill my horse bags, that'll be fun. Just kind of explore and do that. Oh yeah, probably feed the other horse. What I brought the water for. I can make my good food last longer. You blow through water so much quicker that oh yeah, we may die. There's a whole horde here. Hello. What are you guys doing today?
Hello.
Going on an adventure, it looks like. Well, you guys take care. Have fun. Good luck on what you're endeavoring.
You too. Safe travel, my friend.
Yep. You too, guys. Take care. Dude's just clapping. Oh man. Oh, I'm jealous. Dude's got a fucking bear. Got Boo Boo the bear. I wonder where they sit on our list of players we have. God, I can never find it easily. Bury it. They buried it in the Discord. Not really buried, it's just there's a lot of channels for lots of different things. We don't have, they're not on our list of non-aggression packs. Untrustworthy or kill on sight, kill or be killed. Oh yeah. Don't know where they stand. I mean, judging by several people kind of saying that they don't really mess with us. Friendly enough, it seems. What up, cougars? You actually do have to 3-step away from them because they are quick. You can kind of alternate with 2-step and 3. Don't burn out all your energy running, but mostly 3. Which works well on a desert horse because it's the same stamina burn per rate, but they're a quicker horse, so you gain more ground for the same stamina. So it's kind of where, even though they have less stamina, they're still about as quick. Can't remember exactly where that other spawn is, but I think it's somewhere around here. Brave Right 30 is now following. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate the follow. Makes a huge difference on a tiny channel like mine to have follows and people coming on stream to check it out, say hi. I appreciate it. Welcome. We just chill here. There's plenty of far more entertaining streams that get into all sorts of crazy shenanigans. I like to just chill and kind of wander and hunt. Welcome to the chill chat. I chat, we all chill. How are you doing this fine day? It's still morning for me, but depending on where you hail from, it may not be morning as well. Swear to God, this fucking bug. I will find you and I will end you. Might have to go grab my fan, put it kind of near me just to blow this fucker away from me or something. One of those like gnats or something. Like a half fly, half mosquito. Driving me nuts. And I wander through the desert on a horse named Joseph. Looking more horses. Yeah, we must have missed that other spawn. Gotta get at least one more. Take at least 2 over there to sell. I can tame at least 2 for sure. Even if they're higher level. And I got 1 more bag, so I need 1 more horse. I'll even take a step horse if I come across it. I just can't ever remember exactly where they spawn over here. Kind of feel like it's back that way just a bit, but could have swore there was a way to find your location on the map. Copy your coordinates and from in game. And Those are bandits. I don't think they normally spawn here. I think that's like a dynamic spawn. Oh, let's kill him, get a little clade. Ah, right in the face. Nice thing about bandit killing is they don't really drop a whole lot of stuff. You don't have to worry about like carrying lots of shit, having lots of space. Oh, you bitch. Nice, got some bandages. Sitting pretty on them bandages. Bandages. Come on, horse spawn, where the hell are ya? Had to have passed it. There's other step horses. I was looking for that desert horse spawn, but there's other step horses all along the way. We'll pick up another one of those. That's a screenshot right there. Gotta find my hide UI button. F10. I have so many screenshots of this game. Like dozens. I am excited for when they port the game over to Unreal 5. Can't remember if it's that one. I think Kodo owns this castle. The one out closer to the big lake is the one that like what do they call it? I can't remember their name off the top of my head. My brain's on a fart. I think it's Legion. I think Legion's the one that owns the lot by the lake. I may be wrong. It may be this one. I think Kodo has of their big ass castle inside the fortress walls. Like the castles, the small castles are like you can put them anywhere. Then in strategic locations around the map, there are these bigger ones that are owned by various entities. Once they implement territory control, that'll be fun to kind of have to worry about who's fighting over what territory. So, right around here, I think there's a couple of spawns somewhere in this. I think one of them is down a little further. In fact, I think it's like right down here. They don't spawn in until you're pretty close. Another screenshot right there. Then there's another one that's up a little bit further, closer to the trees, above this hill. Don't remember exactly where that one is. I think it's roundabouts. There's lots of step horse spawns though. We'll come across another. Step horses are the most common one in the game, and they're the second best, quote unquote, you know what I mean. Mongrel horses are pretty unequivocally the worst. I don't think they're particularly effective in anything. They just have middling speed and stamina. Jungle horses and Jotun horses are kind of considered like second worst / third worst, depending on, you know, they kind of vie for those two spots. Most people want steppe horses or jungle horses, or desert rather. Steppe horse, desert horse. Shit, that's bright. Sun is glowing right off those grass, blades of grass. But yeah, so it's like, and steppe horses are by far the most common. Like they have the most spawns across the widest area of the map. Like you can get steppe horses in a ton of places. Grab a little of this while we're at it. There's some right here. Technically, if you're min-maxing, you can basically tame and check every horse. I usually just grab one and go. He's fairly high level, but I may have enough for a third because my main one's not super high. The second one I got's only 30. The other desert horse, mid to low 30s. So yeah, maybe we can get a fourth one at 50. Ah, very low. You are glue. And you can be caboose. Life burn TV. The limit on how many you can have based on their level? Yes. So their level affects how many points it takes to control them. And your max is determined by your creature control and it's creature control. And each, by default, I think to start with, each horse, well, any animal, but horses specifically, reduce your total pet points by 20 for each additional. So this number goes down while this one goes up, and so you got to try to find a spot where they get happy in the middle. Why did it say they were finished eating? Did they eat it all and it didn't show up for me? Funny. Get a little bit more of this wolf. Oh wait, that's common murtis. That's still good to have though. It's a slightly valuable herb. Most people call it needle. I think I've even called it needle on, not thinking about it myself. Can't remember if they like wolf brush or not. We're gonna find out. Oh yeah, I like wolf brush. All right, got 4 horses now. We'll probably sell both if we make it all the way. We'll probably sell both deserts and one of the steppe horses if their prices are good. And then probably keep glue. Who will become the new Joseph. Joseph. Kind of a pain in the ass when they're following you around. They teleport sometimes. But yeah, this game map is huge. It's broken into squares on the map. They're not labeled or anything. Well, they kind of are. I think you can actually scroll all the way up or down or to, you know, to the side and see what X or Y grid square, grid coordinate they exist on. But what is that fella doing? Creeping on by. I like to catch guild names when I can, but they really need to render like far away. You should be able to at least see their name, if not also their guild tag from pretty much any distance. I don't know if they do it for gameplay or for balance or as like performance, or if it's just like a gameplay decision. But anyway, so this lake, this huge lake right there, I mean it's not huge, like that's just like one portion of the lake. It's like an offshoot in the main lake. That whole thing right there takes up maybe like a tenth of a square. And from Maduli to Orencur, it's like 10 squares or something. Like where that house is up on that ridge. It's like half, maybe a third of a square away from this lake. Yeah, not a half, it's more like a third. Map is freaking massive. It's really like an hour. Like a legitimate, like real life hour to travel from most cities to any of the ones that aren't like right next to them. So going all the way from the western side of the map to the eastern side, it's like, I mean, if you just ran straight, like if I didn't have any horses following me and I could just run and not have to wait for them to catch up, for some reason, no matter what type of horse they are, no matter how much they're carrying or not, they run the same speed when they're following. But you know, if you could just haul ass from west to east, it'd probably only be like a 45-minute run to get all the way across the map, maybe an hour. But traveling like you kind of need to, where you pick your paths, you try to kind of stay off main roads, kind of try to keep some semblance of cover. Like right here, unless somebody came right up over that hill, they couldn't see us from that whole direction. They can kind of unfortunately see us from pretty far. Anyway, down that way. But in the event somebody came charging right at us, they could just book it up and over this hill and into the forest savata. Should be able to lose them. The downside is that even while structures render really far out, players do not. Anyway, that big ass lake there takes up about half a square. That freaking mountain range clear off in the distance, like a square and a half away from where we're at. Maybe two. Oh no. I always forget that it's a different dynamic when you have horses following you. But to get across this little area with the horses, because they won't follow you through water unless it's like you can walk. I'll have to tell them all to stop and like manually bring them all across one at a time. It's kind of like a guessing game on where you can get up in some spots. So I may have to backtrack and go around that other lake. I think over here there's a spot to get across though. Guildmate used to farm this area. like mine. And he knew how to get around pretty good. And I would help him sometimes, and I kind of learned a few spots. I think there's one right up here. Be able to cross over there. Yeah, this won't be too hard. I just have to do it one at a time. I'll have to have these guys stay here, because watch, they won't follow me. They just chill on the shore. Alright, boys, you guys are stupid. I'll come get you. Unless they've implemented it now. Your horses run out of stamina and water, they can just keep swimming. You run out, you drown. Should be able to make it across that. If not, I'll have to go around. Oh shit, maybe not. Damn, it's dropping way quicker than I thought. Maybe I'm carrying too much weight. Yeah, maybe not. Shit, they changed some things. Maybe it's... might even be gear. I'd just take the gear off. Even wearing it like... the bags, oddly, doesn't count against you. I think. I might be misremembering, or they might have changed it, but... nope. Still like... thinking. Alright, we'll try... in... the back. Alright. Wait, mostly. Well, I can at least breathe, but I don't think I could make that. I think I'd get like most of the way over there and die. Well, guess we're going around. Fuck, this game and Scum both suck for swimming. Like, unless you just literally don't know how to swim, swimming is trivial. You know, over such a short distance. Like, you know, with a bunch of gear on like I had, not so much. But where I took it off, it should have let me swim no problem. It kind of sucks when games do that. They opt for, because they don't want people like easily getting away in water, I guess is maybe what they're going for. It sucks when they balance shit according to how it has to be done for gameplay rather than realism. And some games that make sense, like, you know, that's just common sense on opting for gameplay over realism. But in a game like this, just kind of stupid. I think their long-term plan, one of the reasons why they have it that way, which they should adjust in the meantime till they actually implement it. But I think long-term, one of the solutions, I guess, you know, if you want to call it that, is that they'll have the ability, like with engineering, they'll have the ability to build like bridges and things. But like people build houses, they can build bridges across little stretches of water. As it stands, it's kind of a shitty way to do it. That was a bit of a further spot. There might be another spot up here, closer to where we used to mine, where I can scoot across easy enough to shuttle them. And the fact that they don't follow you through water is also kind of ass. I wish they would improve that. Come on, horses, go around. That long ass load spike was one of those. Oh yeah, see it reloaded them clear the fuck back there. Oh, they've got so much work to do in some certain areas. Come a long way, and the game is really good in a lot of ways, but it's still really shitty in others. I might could make that. Getting up on the other side's a bit of a different story, though. Oh, maybe they can walk this. Is it shallow enough? Oh, yeah. Alright. If this always existed, I did not know about it. Or they changed it. Maybe they made a crossing here. But yeah. Alright. Alright, that makes it a little better. That's a little better. Give us a shallow enough spot to cross. It's good to know that exists. Now the question will be whether my stupid horses can follow me. They may get stuck. It's so weird because in certain situations you can get across a place while riding your horse easier. But in most situations, at least in a lot of situations, your following horses have an easier time navigating the terrain. Like if they get stuck on something, you just get off and run and it will just like traverse what it was just stuck on like it wasn't any problem. Like what? That makes no sense. But we're good now. I think we might have crossed into the secondary fork. I might have to cut further north because I think this part of the river cuts to the left up here. Goes from south to yeah, so we'll have to cut north. There won't be another spot I can cross like that, I bet. Because it's not far from where it just ends altogether. They just gave your following horses the ability to swim. Be a huge quality of life improvement for any of the areas near water, which is a lot of the map. There's a lot of little lakes and streams and things. But yeah, when they add territory control, that's going to be an interesting little thing to observe. All the different fights over the castles, and I'm hoping they come out with it soon because there's a lot of people who kind of play and are prepping for that. You know, but that kind of thing can cause burnout. You spend all your time anticipating something and kind of working toward it, and you kind of get to where like you're ready for it, and then it doesn't come out for like a year or 6 months or something, and it's kind of like people lose interest and they're like, well, that was a waste of time. I think that guy's a camera. Hello. There's people who will have alt accounts solely for the purpose of just observing areas. They can log in to that account, watch it like it's a camera. A field cam, a tree cam. Pretty ingenuitive, at least. I mean, you know, in terms of like thinking outside the box, it's like, oh, you know what? Maybe I'll just spend $40 on the game again to just stand around. Because as long as you move every once in a while, so you don't get logged out for being AFK, which they didn't used to have. You don't like starve to death or anything. Potentially dangerous to get killed, you know, and then Have to run that character from somewhere. Respawn. Eventually they'll have like a temperature. The spot for it's already in here, body heat and world heat. Maybe they do have it kind of implemented. It's at 0, which I think just means it's basically turned off. Well, although that is the modifier. But just say, you know, for body anyway, this is your current body heat. If the heat is very low or very high, you will have reduced stamina regen. And in some cases even take damage. You can modify your body heat by wearing specific armor. Yeah, I don't think they have it implemented yet because you'll see people running around naked up in the snowy north and not, you know, they don't take damage. Funny hearing him trot behind me. Little stompy. They're better. Holy lag, Batman. I keep passing these, mostly earlier while I was hunting for a horse. To keep up the pace of the search, but I'm gonna grab this set of blue flowers. Come on, boys, catch up. The damn reloading and positioning of your horses. Kind of a pain. Wonder if it has to do with lag. You know, unfortunately, I mean, just by nature of the fact that there's one server for this game. The entire world. Like 800 to 1,000 or so people who play. I think it's like 800 to 1,200, so you know, about 1,000 on average are on this game at any time. And so, and I think they're based in like Sweden or wherever the developers are from. I think that's where the server is. I don't think they like remotely host it anywhere. I could be wrong. Maybe they have it kind of central to where the majority of players log in from. Alright, it's been a while since I've headed out this way. We're gonna find out if... I think I need to stay south of this. I think I can cut over the top later. So, do you play this game, Lifeburn TV? You, or are you just, catching the stream to kind of see what the game's about? Fucking lag. Let me up. Spots like this suck where you like should be able to get up. I have successfully walked up deeper. Alright. That castle is like fucking awesome position. Like comparatively very well defended. Can't attack that on really any side. Except like the main entrance. And it's not rendering in right now, but I think that plateau is the other castle is. Ooh. Look down that air mountain. Some of these places you get up and not like a clear-cut way to get down. Kind of get yourself stuck and then you gotta go around. Most of the time you can get down though. Might slide a little bit here and there, take a little damage. Stop stuttering. It's obviously worse because I'm also streaming, but the game, people who don't have super great PCs, there'd be times where I'd be riding with somebody and their game would freeze up for a whole fucking minute. 60 straight seconds or more, the game would lock up. I'd have to just sit there and wait. Didn't happen every time or at every node line, but quite frequently. The game would just lock up. And I would just be sitting there waiting. Then, you know, hopefully get murdered without me at least trying to defend them. That was back when the game was like significantly more dangerous though, and not that it's not dangerous now, but the trolls, the people who just came to check out the game and just, you know, just fuck around. Not really caring to actually play the game. Well, pretty much all those are gone now. And even a lot of the people who played this game, like, just being assholes. Not just role-playing like villains or criminals, but like, just legit being cunts. Most of those people are gone now too, because the type of person who plays that way usually is a very short attention span. They go to some other game where they can be a cunt and get more attention for it. But so what's left is most of the people who play legitimately. Most people play with kind of a value on their own life and their character. You know, most people don't want to risk losing what they've got for a fight that they don't really have kind of an emotional investment in. Most random bullshit is kind of subsided. And what's left is you have the people who roleplay, like killers, criminals. And then you have the guilds that roleplay, kind of like the police force or like the knights, protecting knights, or, you know, along those lines. And they keep the riffraff under control for the most part. I think we're well past their reign of dominion. But as one example, Kodo's Knights of the Order, I think is what it stands for, or something like that. They kind of watch over Meduli. Clandestine and Batusi, I don't know how they say their name. They're only really beefing with each other right now, and so they kind of keep most of the shitters out of Ilspea. Because most people aren't trying to get in the middle of it. But, you know, it makes sense that there's groups who kind of want to do that type of thing, and they see that an area is already kind of governed by entities, and they might say, oh, alright, well maybe we'll move instead to another area and kind of do the same thing for that area. Also, this is random, but this castle right here, so that last one that was really well defended on that mountaintop back there, and this one, they're not quite a full grid square apart. That's how fucking massive this map is. Game is huge. Game world is massive. Fucking huge. So we're closing in on the spot where it's pretty much just a long ravine that just follows. You got a cliff on one side and a river on the other side. There's no avoiding people that way. There are ways to sneak in, but I don't know them. I'm not here often enough. I should spend more time out here though. I do kind of like just big like mountain range, open plain hybrid areas too. They're also pretty fun. I don't know what's going on with the audio. Cuts the rain sound out, and that's always been a thing. Like I remember that from before, like playing 6 months ago. Whatever the problem is, they still haven't figured it out, or at least they know, chosen to implement the fix for it. It's pretty cool when it works properly, though. Unfortunately, it could add a lot to the like immersion and ambience of the game, but it instead, unfortunately, detracts from it a lot when it's shitty like it's being. Because of this really cool kind of downpour, like constant rain, it's like shit, 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 shit noise, shit noise, shit noise, shit, shit, shit. No. Unfortunate. I think it's when you're kind of on the edge of wherever, like it's supposed to be like rendering, like the area that is supposed to be raining. You're kind of on the edge. Instead of fading the volume, it just like 100% 0, 100% 0, 100%, 100%, 0%, 100%, 0%, 0%. Doesn't know how to fade it properly, I guess. But when it is working, it's pretty cool. Doesn't really mess with visibility, which I think is something they're changing. I meant to point it out earlier, but I got distracted by something else I was talking about. But like the Meduli Graveyard's got this like cool like fog effect to it now, and I think they're trying that sort of thing out in like a broader area, like on a broader scale. At some point, I remember seeing a post about it, I think, where they kind of want to add some ambience, which would be really cool, because right now with the rain, we'd have both like protection from people hearing us quite as easily, hearing horse footsteps, and it would also be very much, I mean, this much rain would be affecting visibility a lot. But as of right now, it does nothing to affect visibility. So it'll be kind of cool when they add that. Be pretty sweet. Doing that, computer. down here. Oh shit. Oh, come on, no. Seriously, horse? Can't fucking get up that? Come on, dumbass. See what I mean now? They can fucking get up it just fine. Not while you're riding them. Fucking stupid. Come on, guys. Fix that programming. Yeah, it's just a bit too steep. There's even a little shallow where we could walk down it. I think we're about to the old shit zone. Well, you know, I say that, but I personally haven't had any issues. I've just heard of people having it, and just functionally, like, by nature of the way the terrain is. Just a potentially problematic layout, I guess. A bandit camp. Come on, boys, catch up. We got moving to do. So you can, you know, the three main speeds. You know, it's like 1, 2, and 3. They call them 1 step, 2 step, 3 step, all that. The horses that follow you move at like 2.5. Like the stereotypical fucking NPC that just is at such an awkward fucking pace. Can't run because they can't keep up with you. Can't walk because they go faster than you. It's like, come on, damn it. I'm not sure what level is hurting, but I see it going up every once in a while. I think it's when animals that are following you level. So I think he was like level 70 or 75 or something when we left. So he's 10 or 15 levels higher, and he is not a single health point higher. What's the threshold? I wonder if it's one of those things that only updates when you like disable them and then take them back out or something. I don't know. But yeah, see anyone else coming this way, you'd just pass right next to him. I don't like traveling on roads, as anyone who's watched for very long has noticed. I go off the path quite a bit. So I don't like this. Hello. Fucking lagging so goddamn bad. Couldn't read that dude's name, let alone his fucking guild tag. And it's not like if it was just constantly low frame rates, that'd be fine, but the hitching, and again, that's not a new thing. It's made a little bit worse, unfortunately, by the fact that I'm streaming, but it is not a new thing with this game, just that hitch. It'll just hang every once in a while. And I remember that being a thing in games a long time ago. Like, you might have good frame rates, but you just get frame stutter. Because nobody was measuring for the frame stutter, and so, like, graphics cards manufacturers either weren't aware of it, or they were, and they chose to try to either ignore it or hide it. And they would only post, like, the number of FPS their card could do. And then once people started measuring for like the 1% lows and the 0%, 0.1% lows, which indicate, you know, how much hitching it does and how bad the game would just hang. When they started measuring for that, most games and or manufacturers of cards started, you know, having to deal with it. But they have not figured that out with this game, unfortunately. It hitches and hangs all the fucking time. So bad. Again, like I said, it's made worse by my graphics card not being the super most amazing. It's only a 2070, but you know, because I'm streaming, and my processor not being a 30 core beast or anything crazy. I got some silver off the old bandit I slew, so I can just put these guys away right now. Get the fuck out of me. Goddamn horses. Like to be inside of my asshole. Oh nice, I've already got another desert horse here. Alright, Glue. You now get to be Joseph. Huh. Actually buy a bear for not a ton of money here. Maybe I will. I'd like a brown bear, but not for 30 gold. Let's get a little black bear. I don't know. It's still 10 gold. I might not do it. Depends on how much I have over here. I don't think I have much over here. And if, you know, in Hill's Bay, I can get down to basically nothing and still be fine because I make money pretty good over there. Not sure what to do for money over here. There's always something. Just about knowing the niche. About having that info. Oh, shitballs. Running. God, this place is almost as bad as Meduli for frame rate while I'm here. Ah, I've actually got an alright amount of stuff here. I don't remember spending this much time over here. Got a couple sets of armor. A little bit of horse related stuff. Huh. I don't know why I had these separated out. Taking up extra space. Well, interesting. Had more than I thought. Well, bears are cheaper over here than anywhere else, so I think I'll leave the bags here. Because if I want to come settle for buying a bear, I'll come over here to get one where it's cheaper. And to feed my pets before I put them away, I like to do that so I don't have to, you know, worry about pulling them out and then not thinking about feeding them for a bit and then losing them. Will you buy random shit? No. Fucking librarian. I think there's a vendor around here if I remember though. Exactly where. Maybe this file vendor will buy my random shit. Alright, then I got a little bit of gold. Leave those off of him for now. Like to be bagless when I don't need them, because they're slightly less likely somebody's gonna. The hell, there's just a bag of loot on the ground. If you stick what's red, then it flags you as criminal. Dude's over there just fucking himself up in the bank. I'm kicking my ass, do you mind? Alright, I'm gonna AFK right here for a minute while I go get some lunch. It's lunchtime. I'm actually hungry. I don't often find myself feeling hungry. You know, even when it's like a meal time, but I am a bit hungry right now, so go ahead and we'll take 5 or 10 minutes to grab some food, and I'll probably just come back and eat it while I'm at my desk, but I'll go scrounge something up and be back shortly. I am back, but I'm eating real quick. Like I said, I'm back, but I'm gonna there'll be AFK-esque for a minute. So. And back. I had a big salad. Well, it wasn't even a salad. It was literally just a giant bowl of spinach with a little bit of ranch. I fucking love me some ranch. Oh, I got a couple of little notifications on my Streamlabs about the stream. Check what's going on with that real quick. Make sure everything's running all right. Excuse me. It's not quick enough on the mute button. Coughing in everyone's ear so rudely. Rude, rude, rude of me. Rude, rude, rude. Come on, chat window, notification window. Load for me, damn it. There we go. Not sure what Cowardly Knights are about, but yeah, I'm not sure what the hell to do around here. Part of the reason I never come out this way. Clear over here. Could maybe wander down to Toxai, but Toxai is a little toxic. Damn, I don't know why it took so long to go off. Shit. It's almost too late. All right. Dum da dum da dum. Yeah, maybe we'll go down to Toxai. I don't know if Mr. Fun's still here watching, but you can see Toxai if he is. Excuse me. Frothy burp. There's a kiss for you. Hello. Got some floating horses over here. Lady, come back. Your horse is floating away. You can get extra for those horses. They're magical flying horses. Charge extra. I wonder where the hell she was coming from with those horses. No spawns out there. Come from like through the little pass to the south. God, I wish they did a better job of texture caching because it's like it reloads every time I turn. Like look, it hitches every time. Cause they don't like they don't cache it or something. I mean, crazy. That helps a little bit. Turn up the graphic settings, actually put a little more load on the GPU, which can handle the bit of extra load. So let's try it. Turn off DLSS. So that had I want to venture down this way without at least trying a few things for reducing some of the hitching, because shit balls. Pretty bad. Whenever I build like a brand new computer, if ever I get to the point where I can afford to just build a whole new one, I'm gonna build it with the damn biggest sumbitchin' processor that makes sense and is affordable as far as cores, just so I can, you know, I can just split that shit up. I can give specific cores to Discord and specific cores to like my browser and specific cores or threads or whatever to you know, basically to any program I need. Specific ones to framing software and the, you know, different ones still to the game, and let everything kind of have its own little, so it's not just constantly fighting, you know, for which thing's going to handle which portion of the workload. And you know, gotten a lot better in recent years. Microsoft does a decent job of, or Windows rather, does a decent job of balancing that shit dynamically, but still in a lot of situations, especially for like even if just for the streaming software and the game to each have their own thing. Oh, it's the graveyard. Didn't know that's where that was. But you know, each thing having its own little set of cores, and then definitely have a dual GPU setup. One to run the streaming code, and one for games to just have the whole GPU to themselves. And then I get like 64, maybe even like 128 gigabytes and of like the fastest NVMe I can get, and I'm gonna turn like half of it. You know, in that situation, I'd probably get like 128 gigs and turn like 70 or 80 of those gigabytes of RAM into a RAM disk that I can run the game off of. Doesn't always make it faster, especially compared to an NVMe. They are pretty damn fast, so you know that may not necessarily help much, be necessary to do. But you know, it's been a while. But I've run some smaller games that I can afford the RAM. Like I can make like a, you know, 16 gig RAM disk and run like a 10 gigabyte game or something on it. You know, and when I've done that, it's helped a fair bit on that game, but it's been a while, and you know, it's kind of diminishing returns on, like, a RAM disk compared to a hard drive would be freaking night and day. Isn't me? They just like de-render? Where'd they go? But he was kind of following me, it looked like. Oh wait, where am I going? I turned all the way around. Fell off the road and came to hop back on the road. Anyway, but you know, it'd be worth at least trying. Worst case scenario, I got way more RAM than I need, and so be it. What the hell? I guess you cross here on the road, on the river. God, it's been so long since I've been here. Forgot it went through the river on this part of the road. This is not a spot you can have your horses following though, because obviously they would not cross, they would not swim. But like, you know, it could theoretically help a lot, because then the game itself is running at the outrageously fast speed of RAM. You know, load times, any asset loading would just basically be instantaneous. But at the same time, on an NVMe with fast RAM, fast system RAM, may not really make any noticeable difference. Maybe potentially negligible. But yeah, just shit. Like to be able to do that. Make the old streaming setup. You know, and theoretically you run just 2 separate machines for streaming, but you lose a fair amount of the benefit of having it all in one system. Takes a lot more like additional things, like either have to have like capture card, which kind of does the same thing as just having a separate graphics card in the machine. Handle it. About the only thing that is a huge benefit is having a separate machine is the processor only has, you can just literally run only things specific, like that you need specifically for the streaming. And then the other machine is left to only have to worry about the game. But you know, theoretically, if you had 2 8 cores, you know, you could basically accomplish the same thing by having a 16 core and just splitting the cores, letting, you know, half of them handle the stream and half of them handle the game. Works out to be about the same. As it stands, theoretically, having the 6 cores that hyperthread that I have, basically like, and I got a tri-core processor that hyperthreads handling the stream, and the other 3 cores that hyperthread handling the game. You know, it's not quite the same, but it's similar. You do get the extra isolated cache that doesn't have to be shared between processes when you have a dual setup. Another way that is pretty good to offload a lot of the work is to allow your NVENC encoder to just hello.
Hello.
You have your NVENC encoder on the GPU, you know, render the stream at a, you know, basically streaming it at a super high bit rate, and then you have the separate machine on, through the capture card or whatever, encoding it at a lower bit rate that can then be uploaded. And yeah, I don't know. There's lots of ways to go about it. I think for me personally, I think I would just prefer to run it off my main machine with just a powerful enough setup to handle it no problem. Because with rare exception, you're not gonna find a game that can actually effectively make use of 16 cores and 32, total of 32 threads. Like maybe like Anno, some super like high character density game, like an RTS game, real-time strategy game, like maybe something like that might be able to, or come close, or whatever, who knows. But yeah, realistically, like most games just aren't going to make use of more than like 4 to 8 cores efficiently, and then all, whatever else would be sent to the other cores would basically just be like little negligible things that I don't know. Just seems like for me that would be the simplest way to go about it. Not having to worry about a second PC and there's some inherent downsides too. Usually the way that it works is it'll just capture the old the whole screen basically and send, as opposed to with running it on just a PC directly that's gaming. You can use your game, like your capture software, to just only grab the game or whatever other elements. Well, at least in large part, we came out here to kind of show Mr. Fun the area, but I don't think he's been in here for a while. I don't know if anybody else in chat has never seen Toxai before, but that's where we are. This is Toxai. Welcome to Toxai. It's better in the daylight, which I think is probably not terribly far off, so we hang out until the sun comes up. So we can see the old city in all its glory. Oh. Run, little piggy, run.